Hello, happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's doing well this week. I should be zoomed in where I'm supposed to start streams. Up here somewhere. There it is. There's the list of people. So last time, we cleaned up seaweed and moss. I believe that was last session. And got those two. We now have centralized seaweed and moss, and we're no longer shipping weird stuff around to a bunch of stations as prerequisites for seaweed and moss. We do still have a little bit of seaweed happening on site in some areas, but this is all ZI seaweed. It's just using water. Obviously, if I want to upscale those builds with modules or with better buildings, we'll probably want to move to importing the seaweed at those locations, but like for now, they're cleaned up and that's what matters. Part of that means that we now have a bunch of space around glass, so we'll be able to expand glass a little more if and when we need to, which is great. And beyond that, I think we're kind of ready to keep trying to move forward. I have this sitting at the top, which says tar quenching for lots of saline. Also, fix ash to silver to split out soot intermediate so it can be merged with soot from Right, I remember thinking about this. If I go to this void ash to silver, we do the ash processing and then we do the soot processing like immediately on site. And what I was saying with this was that I wanted to move the soot processing to be separate from that so that the any soot that we get from tar quenching would end up also being merged with this soot. So we're not doing this part in two places. So we'd change this to output soot, and then we'd do soot processing, I don't know, maybe right here. We got space for soot processing there. But the question is, how much tar quenching do we need? How much saline water do we need? Saline water really our limiting factor here? I'm not sure. It is something we're going to need more of, because I've been talking about this for probably literal real-world months at this point. But there is a turd for, I think it's sea sponge. Yes. Which gives me this recipe. Sand and saline water to pure sand, but we're going to want a lot of saline water. But compared to our existing pure sand build, which is all of this down here, this is a mess and I hate it. Although it looks like we're caught up on pure sand right now, so maybe we don't need to worry about that so much. And that makes me worried for our moss, because force fraction. Okay, well that could become a problem. If coarse fraction slows down, but why are we not pulling all that pure sand into glass? Is glass stopped for some other reason? It stopped on fuel again. Okay.
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Granite DK, thank you so much for 3 months. All right, well, before I dive into anything else, let's go get your name in plastic where it belongs. Do I have plastic on me? I don't. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab the... Yeah, trains are still a problem. Do I have somewhere... I must, somewhere in storage, have plastic text plates. The question is, can I find them? Can't always catch the streams live, but I truly enjoy your VODs and watching the Pi Factorio base expand. Respect and happy to support. Oh, thank you so much. It really does. It really does mean a lot. All right, I need 2 more text plates. Let me find some plastic. Fortunately, I happen to know where I have... Oh no, this is melamine. Is this all melamine? Ew. Why do I have so much melamine here? Plastic. Is this salt? Yeah, that's plastic. Plastic. Coming up with the... Oh, is plastic and aluminum just always merged together? No. That's not plastic. Where's plastic? This is plastic. Plastic and circuits. Plastic. All right, bots. Deliver some stuff to me. Let's go. Oh, God. Exoskeleton. There we go. Thank you again. I really, really, really appreciate it. All right. So I guess as far as what I was talking about with getting things started, how much? 2.5 of this. Oh, but you know what? No. Let's look at fuel. Let's figure out what's up with all my fuels. Apparently, I also have all this coarse fraction that I could probably hand deliver somewhere if we need to. But let's figure out what's up with all my fuels. This tar processing is running. Are all the steps running? This is not running. No naphthalene. I mean, it's running. Okay. I think this may have just turned itself on. Are we blocked on something, though? I mean, coke is always... We always have too much coke. Hydrogen... Naphthalene overflows. Carbolic oil... Creosote overflows. Anthracene should also overflow? Yes, anthracene overflows. So it's possible this was stopped on coke. Yes. All right. So we gotta avoid more coke, is what I'm seeing. But if we look at our coke to syngas void, like, this is halted. There's one train on the way. And it's coming from the other... Yeah, and this is set up as an A network, which is fine. But like, boom, that's departed. There should be more trains being assigned to this. There we go, there's another one. Okay. I wonder if this is just a we don't have enough trains thing. Because is this whole thing stopped on coke again? It is. This is getting stopped up on coke. Like, this is allowed 2 trains. Maybe I just need to increase the train limit over at the actual void side. Maybe it's worth refactoring this so it has a stacker. Might be able to pull out a little bit of a rail loop or something here, just so we can get a queue in, and then we can set this to, like, a 4 or 5 train limit, and that should get more trains consistently dispatched to it. Okay, let's try that. That might be just enough to fix fuel if we can get tar processing running consistently. And then we'll go from there for other, where do I need to go? Left, then down. Because if tar processing hasn't been running consistently, then obviously that's a lot of our fuel, right? It's not just the gasoline, but it's also aromatics to diesel. So let's try to get this. All right, that's as far down as that goes. That's fine. Then this one needs to go. Oof. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. We're going to move tar over to this side. We're going to move the coke drop-off up here, and then we can expand this to be a double-length station. And that'll let us have, 3 or 4 trains queued up in here. That sounds like a plan to me. So let's get the tar out over to this side. Okay. And I also... Do I care? No, there's only a few thousand tar. I'm not going to mess with it. Now, this also needs to be a high priority station, because tar is a byproduct of a sink. Cool. Now, I want to take all of this Actually, that's going to be a cut, not a copy. Sure, why not? All right, and then I'm going to need signals. Oh, and of course, there. 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 We should split this segment up a little bit again. That's fine. And then this guy can have a train limit of like 5 now. And it should immediately get dispatched a ton of trains. Yeah. That's what we want to see. Well, except for that. So we do still need more trains, which we knew. Where are you going? Oh, this temporary is invalid, but I think we can just delete that and do that. And then if we find the other train that's lost, we can delete that. Oh, that one was supposed to go to... Yeah, hopefully it figured itself out. That's the one that I sent to the wrong temporary. Where's it going? It's going to Depot. Okay, that'll be reissued. That's fine. All right, do we have a bunch of these on the way? We do have a bunch of these on the way. They're just, they're all filling up at other stations right now. It's probably a good idea to switch this over to a V network void so we're not dumping all of our coke. Maybe. Oof, that signal is like right on the edge of, all right, let's make those signals a little better spaced out. There we go. But this is what I want to see. Is like multiple trains coming in here, queuing up, ready to go. Yes. Okay. This is going to suck down all of our coke and just turn it back into more tar. But like we also, I mean, we need more syngas, we need more coal gas. So like having this system running is good. Coke is basically a byproduct of this base at this point, honestly. These are all fluid stations that are popping up in this list right now. So I need more tanker trains. I can look into that. But let's make this a proper void. So before I swap the network over, let's make sure I have decider combinators. I do. So everywhere I'm making coke, I want to set it up. Let's see, this should have overflow logic. This has overflow logic. Hey, Tangrenji, welcome in. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Coke, and this holds what? Each of those is 1,000. More than 10,000. I think is our threshold here. Because, yeah, we're sucking up all of our coke right now, and we don't need to do that. Where else do we make coke? Red Hot Coke. And this is all still fluid trains? Yes, that is my next task after I get all of our coke stuff resorted, is fluid trains. Yeah, this also needs to be priority 1, though, which I forgot to do at the other stations. And this one, that one. And we're going to do one more of those over at this end, which should finally be starting to void. Yes. Void syngas to flue gas, organic solvent, void coke to syngas. We can flip this over now to be a V. Head down to this end, and we'll grab we'll drop off the combinators for the other tar processing. Yeah, those got emptied pretty quickly, which is good. I just needed more rail capacity into the coke station. Which should be pushing, I don't know, more fuel into this. How much is there? 17. Yeah, this shows no fuels available at all. If we find diesel up here, void aromatics to diesel, that's just running. Um... Oh, there we go. That just turned on. Output signals diesel. So that's running. That's fine. Our void for diesel is set on a V. That's fine. So we're not going to be, like, sending heaps of diesel off to be disappeared. So, what's our other fuel sources? We have tall oil in a couple of places. Oh, and this is like full. We're very nearly. Oh, and but that's expected. Yeah. Because this will trip when this hits 200,000. That's fine. Wait, so this should be outputting 50,000 tall oil. Why aren't we receiving that? Okay, we are. Oh yeah, because the threshold on that one is set at 50,000, because tall oil is used for other things. So I specifically set the threshold. I remember now. I did this on purpose. And then there's this for naphtha overflow to tall oil. This one's set to 25,000. That's fine. I'm actually surprised this got a delivery of naphtha, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's full. Why is this stopped? Oh, bitumen is, like, totally saturated. Okay. Cool. Assuming that means the sulfur is saturated. What about bitumen processing down here? Are you just, like, running full tilt? Yeah, well, maybe. Oh, we're stopped on... Whoa, that's cool. No, because we overflow. We'll make BTX, so we shouldn't actually be stopped on anything. And I don't think we are. I think we're rolling through with the bitumen processing here. Alright, let's go work on making some more fluid trains, because that keeps blinking at me. Yeah, and it's always fluid trains. What do I need? Oh, I need everything. I have none of any of this in my inventory. Okay. Let's start grabbing it all then. Circuit boards and small parts. And for you guys, I need lead plates, which are here. Let's see if 5 trains is enough to kind of stabilize things. And if not, we will add more again. That's not a problem. Okay, I am seeing liquid fuels, like, floating through here and there. I'm trying to think where else I use a lot of liquid fuels, other than glass. Like, I know I use them around. I just don't really know where off the top of my head. I guess we can check this, right? And we can check this by searching for... diesel in ingredients, because diesel is what I put in as my fuel. So glassware, glass core, glass of course, fiberboard, ferrochrome, duralumin. Yeah, let's just check out. Ferrochrome and duralumin are doing fine. They have plenty, so they're well capped up. Yeah, more alloys. Iron Nexalate Antimony Special Alloy, doing fine. More or less topped up. Same down here for Vitraloy. Nichrome does not use that kind of furnace. There's iron niobium alloy. How's that doing on fuel? Fine as well. Borrowed, I guess, from silver, but it's topped up. So it really does seem, and I mean, I can keep checking places out. Lead antimony alloy. Doing fine. Our saline water locations. Yeah, that needs some. We're, our salt mines are running like full speed. So that is potentially part of the problem, and we have another setup like that up here. Yeah, also running like full speed. So that's I mean, definitely a good reason to look at tar quenching, right, which was on my to-do list already, is that we can prioritize its outputs over the expensive salt water that we're mining. And then everything else is, yeah, I mean, fiberboard, but that's going to be such a small amount of fuel. I'm not really worried about it. Apparently I lied. Fiberboard doesn't have... Why does Yafsi think fiberboard has fuel? Oh, because I marked this as one to convert, and I never actually did. It's still using electric boilers. Okay. There's the problem. So yeah, I think since it looks like we're pulling a lot of saline water, I think tar quenching is definitely a good option. Although, is that going to do more harm than good as far as potentially reducing our gasoline availability or other things? I mean, we can always make more tar. That's not difficult. We're making very little tar right now, in fact. I think this is just one belt of coal into tar, plus a little bit that I mine. Yeah, we have a very small tar extractor going on here. Yeah, it's still talking about fluid trains, but I don't fully trust that we're not, what do I want to say? It's going to take a little while for it to catch up on its backlog, and I don't want to put too many trains into the loop, so I'll give it a second to see if it kind of stabilizes before I add a few more. Because when there's too many trains, it gets backed up as well. Although I don't really see any sitting around at stations, so I think we're doing pretty okay. Yeah, that's still a lot. Okay. Yep, let's make some more trains. Okay, that is 5 more trains. Gonna take a second for those to fill up with fuel, but those still haven't gotten Ray on. Okay, sulfuric acid. That's not a surprise that that's the problem. Yeah, that's not quite ready to dispatch yet. Sulfuric is running here. But yeah, we're already out of acid gas here again, so... Trying to add more capacity here, I think, is not really worthwhile. It's all about getting more trains in on this side with more acid gas more often. And that is why we were looking at tar quenching, I think was part of why we were looking at tar quenching. Not craft, usage. Yeah, tailings, flue gas, which is just acid gas at this point, and a little bit of soot. And then tailings is also a lot of acid gas. Cybersyn is strange. Cybersyn is strange. Its priority choices sometimes are weird. Oh, that's silly, but okay. That's my own fault for how some of this stuff is routed. That's a 2. That's fine. So yeah, I think we could set up a tar quenching. I'm just unsure if we actually have the spare tar right now, or if we need to increase tar production a little bit more. It cannot handle multiple provide stations for multiple requests for one type of item. It can. It just does a bad job of it. If you have your priorities set up right, it works pretty okay. If you have multiple things with the same priority, it tries to pick the closest one, which is not always the right choice. It doesn't do a good job of balancing between two stations with the same priority. It doesn't do any kind of round robin, I don't think. But it's definitely better to have, like, everything set up for, like, tiers of priorities, and having more than one of the same build is definitely a problem. Because, yeah, I've definitely seen cases where it'll have fully drained one station, like, near to the void to, like, completely empty, and then another one on the other side of the map is sitting nearly overflowed. Like, it doesn't try to balance them. That's not part of its algorithm. Okay. If we're doing tar quenching... do I want to set up another tar extractor somewhere? Or more coal to tar is the other option. What are we missing here? Oh, that's sulfuric again, isn't it? Yep. Just takes item from one mine, one train at the same time. It... might be an issue with... I'd have to look deeper at your configuration. Like, I've definitely gotten it. Like, I'm sure right now in this base, there's the same product being moved around from more than one source. But its routing algorithm is definitely not always as sophisticated as it could be. Okay. I need more tar. Do I want to set up tar extractors? Do I want to set up more coal? Like, I think I have plenty of coal around the base. I can double check that. We have a decent amount of coal. I mean, I could double this, right? And get another belt of, or another 2 belts of coal into this build if I wanted to. So coal isn't going to be too bad. Yeah. It should work without subnetworks. Again, it won't round robin. It's gonna, like, pick whichever one is available based on its own algorithms, but it should still dispatch to both stations. But subnetworks are the way to, really control it, ultimately. Alright, I need to make a decision on if I want to try to do more coal processing or bitumen seeps. If I could find a couple bitumen seeps that are just, like, nearby. There's also the question of, like, what is my tar processing ultimately creating? Creosote overflows. Carbolic oil. Does it block on carbolic? Ooh, it might block on carbolic. Although I think I have a carbolic oil consumer somewhere other than stone. Hope I do. Anthracene overflows to gasoline. Is gasoline ultimately what this is creating? I think it is. So that's fine. I'm just trying to think about how, if I do set up tar quenching, like, what do the priorities of that look like? Which... is it a low priority tar consumer? Is it the high priority tar consumer? What are we doing with the different products of it? What do we want to be sort of stopped on or not stopped on so that we are playing nicely with the other tar users around the base, which is tar processing 1, tar processing 2. We use a little bit up here for solder. Not that solder demand is super high. So if I say tar quenching is a low priority tar source, and it'll only run, or sorry, a low priority tar sink, then it'll run whenever this tar processing and the other tar processing are stopped. Judging by what I'm seeing with their various outputs, and we're not directly, I think, sinking carbolic oil here, but I think there's a carbolic oil sink on rails. So basically, this is a gasoline factory. And this will keep running, and it will void everything else it can to try to keep this full of gasoline. Which is fine. Gasoline is a decent fuel to have available to the rest of the base. But if we're pulling enough liquid fuel demand, because, and this is part of how my fueling system works, so I can change this if I have to. Because we make gasoline here and over here, we have 2 copies of the same build. When these are full, they present to the network as being, instead of just the 240K, you know, they can be presenting up to 480,000 gasoline to the network. And then when something is pulling fuel, you know, it'll basically always end up preferring gasoline because there's more gasoline available than anything else. And we sort by whatever we have the most of. So that means that there will always... The steady state case of my tar processing is keeping up with our base fuel demand is that our tar processing is always running. Clearly it's not keeping up right now because this is still stopped. Wow, we have so much silver. So if I set up tar quenching as low priority, then we're going to need enough tar to keep gasoline production saturated, plus go into tar quenching. If I set up tar quenching as higher priority... Whoa! Okay, now it wants more trains for solid loads. I think we've unblocked ourselves on fluid deliveries, so now the solid deliveries are the bottleneck. Yeah, this is all fluid trains parked here. If I set tar quenching to be higher priority, I think the issue is that even just like one building of tar quenching is a bonkers amount of tar quenching. Yeah, 250 tar a second. And then we have to decide when we're looking at this, you know, okay, so flue gas is obviously a byproduct, get that out as fast as possible. Is it making tailings? I mean, that could be reasonable, right? Is we have everything else is kind of making... Everything else that makes tailings as a byproduct, so we could have this be our limiting thing. which is basically tar quenching will run as often as it needs to keep our tailings consumption saturated. The other option would be that it's saline water or soot. But I don't think soot is the thing that we actually want to be limited on. Either way, I think we do want more tar in the base network. But I don't think we need heaps more tar in the base network, so... I mean, maybe we just double our coal to tar? Because, yeah, we're only doing one belt right now. We could double this and get another 100 tar a second out of it. Maybe that's what we do. Although, do we have enough coal for that? Or do I need to increase coal? Is it easier to just set up a tar extractor? I don't know. I will think about that during the ad break. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human, and when we come back from the ads, we'll make a decision on where we want to get more tar from. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the ad. All right, welcome back, everyone. What a familiar OST. Can't remember from what game, though. Do you actually not know off the top of your head, or was that a joke? I have decided that I'm going to do more coal processing instead of tar extractors. There might be other ways to make tar, but we also need the syngas, so you know what? But the answer is the OST is from this game. It's one of the tracks from Fulgora from the Space Age DLC. All right, so coal to tar down here. Yeah, there's plenty of space here for us to expand this and expand the syngas as well. So long in Pi, I forgot it all. Yeah. I could probably turn the background music back on during the game. There's a mod, I think, that'll play the background tracks from all of the different planets. But I had turned off background music because originally I was planning to do more edited down versions of things for YouTube, and then I kind of gave up on that idea. And the music is still off. Because when you're doing edits and you want to have, like, lots of quick clips from different sections, music is, like, the worst. Alright, and then this just needs to be... Well, I want to replace this whole thing with... a couple more trains making deliveries here. That's fine. I'll let them empty. Here, while we're waiting for the coal to run out there, let's just bring this in. Ooh, both of these need to be split, but we have slightly more than a belt of coke. How do I want to do that? How do I want to do that? Ew. Because I can't just do that, I don't think. No, because we're bringing out 18 coke a second. So... yeah, we'll just do them both up here, I guess. That's fine. Down, down, down to here. We're going to have to move a couple of these pipes around, I think. We're going to have some stuff in the way. Let's find a place that I've got the right kind of drop-off station. I think it's this one that I want to copy. It is. Look at that. That just goes right there. That, I think, is good. We should be getting a stacked belt in here now. Why is Coke stopped here? Because I didn't put enough of those in. I think we can re-request the coal here now. Just stay full of coal. We have overflow here. And actually, I want to change this. I've been doing this differently in most places. If I put the overflow on this side of the pump, what that does is it'll let the pump top this up to 100%. Cool. And then these, we need 8 of them. So this pump is in a weird spot for that, but otherwise I think this setup is going to be fine. Just grab these 2 from the middle. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, and this also makes more tar, which is delightful. Did I not put enough DDCs up here? We should have 9 in total. We have 9 in total. Apparently I just asked for 1 too many. That's fine. I'll trash that. Water input on this I disconnected. There we go. We're stopped. Because I disconnected tar. That's bad. There we go. That was the whole reason we did this, was more tar. Oh. Nope, no, that's a request. just taken a minute for this to actually start getting all of the coal delivered that it needs. Why did I set that to 8.4K? Oh no, 10K. That's right. Oh, so this is just not going to the void. That's going somewhere else with it. That's fine. And these are actually, I think, stacking to 3 on the belt now. Yeah. But this only will do 2 belts worth. So, even if the belt doesn't necessarily look saturated, we might have plenty coming through to be able to run, you know, 9 of those. Alright, so that should be a lot more tar. That's like 111 more tar. Which hopefully is enough. I don't think I have any kind of, like, tar void. No. We've got aromatics from tar somewhere. But that's just running. It's not really aromatics from tar, is it? Maybe this one should not be set up to void aromatics. Because our normal tar processing makes plenty. And should probably be marked as a high priority source. And then this other aromatics from tar could be set up to not void, and then it would just be making aromatics. Because really what this is doing right now is this is tall oil from tar. Except tall oil is a higher... Yeah, my priorities are weird with this whole setup. If I'm calling tar processing that I have here, not there, here, if I'm calling this tar processing mostly a gasoline factory, then pretty much everything else off of this should be flagged as high priority. Although obviously a lot of these things are only made from tar, so it doesn't matter. But we can go ahead and do that, right? And then I'm going to have to go fix this at the other tar processing as well, because we have 2 copies of it. This is high priority, yes. And this should be high priority as well. Okay. So this is now effectively a gasoline factory. Everything else is set to high priority, so we will try to keep it out of the way. And honestly, oh, these have overflows, so they don't really need to be flagged as high priority. Okay. Yeah, the stuff with overflows we don't need to flag. Carbolic oil does not overflow locally, so that should be high priority. This overflows. Okay. That's fine. And over here, at this void coke to syngas, yeah, this tar is high priority because it's a byproduct. No, all of this is high priority because they're outputs of a void, right? The whole point of this is to get rid of all the coke that we're making doing other things. Aromatics from tar is over here. And I kind of have to decide what my actual output of this is. If the output is aromatics, which I'm fine with, then we want this on network A. We want tall oil to be a high priority. Yes. Don't ever void these aromatics. So this will stop when it's full. And then this is high priority tall oil and high priority gasoline that are the byproducts of that. That's fine. Over here at other tar processing, anthracene overflows. Carbolic oil does not overflow, so that needs priority. Creosote overflows. Naphthalene overflows. Hydrogen does not overflow. Coke, this is our normal output. And aromatics needs to also be... Alright, so I think that fixes our priorities between these two tar processings, which are primarily gasoline factories, and this one that is primarily an aromatics factory. And whatever it needs to do to balance those out, it'll do. And then we have this making some amount of tar. It's fine. So the system should now prefer to pull the aromatics that are byproducts of making gasoline, and it'll prefer to use gasoline as our liquid fuel pretty much everywhere. That could cause some issues. I'm specifically thinking about, like, petroleum gas potentially never getting used as a fuel. And the way that I can get around that is by adding more tanks so that petroleum gas eventually builds up and, like, becomes the new highest priority fuel because there's so much of it backed up. But that's fine, such as it is for now. Coal to tar is... I mean, the trains are not really keeping up with 2 belts in here. They're not. And that's probably our actual coal production that's not keeping up. Yeah. I could probably rewire this station to add more queues to it, like I did elsewhere. Because, yeah, if I want to set this to like a 5 train limit, let's head over to coal there and expand that station area. Where's coal? Is up there. Okay. Yeah, so if we, like, grab from here... Cool. That should let this get a lot more trains in. Well, this only shows a couple of trains with this station. I think we might need to double our coal production, though, unfortunately. Maybe it's okay, though. No, but coal to tar is stopped. One train with this stop. Second train. Train limit is pushed way up, so this should be able to push lots of trains into the station now. And it's not. And yes, the train limit on this one is still only 2, and maybe that's the problem. But there's only... oh no, it's 3. And there's only one train with a stop. So I think it's not dispatching more train... oh, because this doesn't have enough stuff in it for it to ever have more than 1 or 2 dispatched at a time. Right, this will hit here. Now it'll dispatch a second train. Yeah. Okay, that's the problem. So we do just need more input. More input will make this work. Need input. So we'll do that there. Oh, of course. Why would I make this easy on myself? Let's actually route this around this way. Because we gotta come up to this side of this anyway. So if we just go ahead and bring that in, not quite there. Okay, I need heaps of stack inserters. And I need all of the machines that we're going to need, which are secondary crushers, automated screeners, secondary crushers. 22 secondary crushers, 6 automated screeners. And I think that's it. And we're going to need, again, a bunch of orange inserters. I think we normally only request 50 of those. Let's request another 50 stack inserters. Why not? So hopefully... that's everything we're going to need. If it's not everything we're going to need, then we'll have to come back up here. Did this hot air stop again? Nope, it's running. Oh, just these belts are like triple stacked now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we don't have quite enough secondary crushers in the system. Two more. And then the stack inserters. Oh, we only keep one stack of these buffered. Let's do that. Probably same for blues. Oh no, we keep plenty of blues around. It's just that we're running them all off of this one iron niobium alloy factory. There's our secondary crusher. We've got 50-something of the stack inserters. I'm going to go down and drop off what we've got. I don't think we have enough stack inserters for the whole thing. But we can at least get most of it running and get a little bit more coal throughput through the base. Oh, maybe we did have enough. That looks like it's slowly turning on. Excellent. We don't quite have enough. Yeah, we needed 3 more of those. Really? Okay. But we should see this pretty much This should turn itself on to like a full belt. Or very nearly. I don't remember what it actually produces, but it is a significant amount of coal from one of these guys. It is the better part of a full belt. It's not quite. You can see some gaps. Oh, but it's also stacked. It's almost 2 full belts. Apparently we can't prod coal crushing, unfortunately. Yeah, we have room for 6 trains-ish stored up in here. So I think that we can push the train limit that high. CyberSyn will never dispatch more than 6 trains simultaneously to this because there's only 120 slots, and each train wants 20 slots worth of coal. And the last time I checked, 120 divided by 20 is 6. So other than needing a few more orange inserters, that coal is done. We expanded coal so that our expanded coal to tar could actually run consistently. And then with this running a little more consistently, we should have more tar for... we'll also have coke voiding to syngas, which is tar. And all of this is so we can set up tar quenching and have that run alongside our existing tar infrastructure, because I wanted to expand how much tar we're actually pushing in before I set up tar quenching. This looks like it is stalled. It is full up on aromatics. That's fine. If we're getting enough aromatics from our other tar processing that doesn't need to be pulled from, then we're doing great. I'm happy with that. It does mean we're not getting the tall oil as a byproduct of this to use as fuel. But like, I think we intentionally make tall oil elsewhere. Could be wrong. We have tall oil here as a naphtha void. Maybe we don't make that much tall oil. Okay. So we might have to think about this. Maybe this really should be a not aromatics from tar, but tall oil from tar? Because we do need some tall oil for a few things. Not a ton, but like, you know, bees need it. And again, the bees don't need a lot of it, but this is part of our input to keeping the bee system running is we need a small supply of, and I don't know why I built it this way. I think there was another way to do it, but it required a barreled fluid, so I missed it somewhere. Or it created a barreled fluid, but anyway, we rely on making a little bit of bitumen to get used comb to melt into wax that gets recycled through the whole system. So the Arcod bitumen does need to run, and it needs to run consistently. And it's not set up as a high priority, but that's okay. Okay, so I think that is enough. We have a little more tar now, in theory, if coal to tar starts running consistently. Yeah. I mean, it's got 3 trains dispatched, right? It's got 2 on the way here, full of coal already, 1 more going off to get filled up. So it might take a little while for all of this to kind of stabilize and for that to be, like, on a nice, consistent request line. But yeah, we've got heaps of coal available now. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So that should let this kind of stabilize. This is requesting 120 stacks, right? Yes. So this wants to be all the way full. It's not just like requesting a small amount. So this should be able to issue, yeah, 3 requests pretty much consistently over and over again. It's just that the network is big and trains are not that fast, so... I do think we're still getting more, probably, tar per second out of this than we were before, so that's kind of all that matters, even if it's not running all the time. Tar production over the past hour. Yeah, I mean, we're up. By what? From 40 something, mid 40s up to like 50. So yeah, that's about another 100 per second. So it's running. And our consumption is down, and I think our consumption is down because the this one stopped. Yes. So between those 2 things, I think we should have plenty for tar quenching. Which I was going to do with just a single quenching tower, because that's really all we need. And I don't have the stuff to make that, but I should have them in the mall. So let's go ahead and grab that. Oh, the other thing I need to do before we can do this is I need to fix ash and soot to decouple them. So let's get that done as well. while we're waiting for the bots, we can fix some of this in YAFC. So this is Void Ash to Soot now. And then we'll do a new one, which is Void Soot to Silver. We'll use that recipe icon. We're going to bring in Soot. I think we're going to have one a second, but let's just make this a little bigger. Soot to silver plate. Okay, so it's just still one solid separator. 2.4, is that right? Nope. .5 a second. There we go. And this will make a little bit of extra ash. That's fine. The ash just gets looped back around. So, if we check tar quenching, yeah, that's just one quenching tower. All of these are going to come out. That'll be fine. And then on this side, we just need to swap around our one solid separator. Bots are trying to catch up on all my requests. How close are we here? Few more stack inserters. Yeah, those don't get built super fast, so I'm not surprised those are behind. And we have like 1,300 belts. Yeah. All right, let's get moving. Right here. That doesn't look right, does it? Yes, it is. This is a whole 1 a second, so that's fine. All of this comes out. That should be good for this part. And I was going to do the soot processing just right up here. I have some extra space for stations, so we may as well. What is this? Oxygen? Because... Oh, right, because we loop back our muddy sludge into more soil here instead of doing... Yeah, whatever. That should be fine. soot. Just take all the soot you can. We have no other use for it. You get fed right into a solid separator. This is only 2.5 a second, so, like, that is fine. Solid separator. Right here. Making silver plate from soot. Yeah, 2.5 a second. So 2.5 is what? One-sixth of 15, which is 1 blue, 2 yellows, 4 grays. Should be able to do 2.5. Let's just do 5. Just to be on the safe side, and then our output is just such a small amount of anything, it doesn't matter. Be able to handle more than one, I guess. It's 10. Can we fit 6? And then say we can handle up to a belt? Sure, I don't see why not. Alright, and then if we are going to handle up to a belt, then this will be a little different, but that's... There we go. We'll future-proof that side. This is high priority. This will be our... It doesn't really matter if this is silver or ash. They're both outputs of a sink, so they both need to be considered high priority. Do you here, and out here, and here. That'll be the silver plate. And then on this side, we will have another output. There. Bring you right over to here. Where? There. This. And then if we were to run this at the full scale for a belt, which again, we're not, it would still only be half. Okay. Yeah, even if we got a belt of soot, there's, like, no output to this. So that's fine. Okay. So that's the new soot to silver. And then down here, where we had... ash, yeah, the soot is now being put on rails. That's fine. It'll take a little while for this to build up. Doesn't matter. Silver plate, I will leave here. Ash. All right, that is good for that part, I think. So now it's just the tar quenching part, which Where do I have space to set that up? Do I have some existing land area around here? I have a little bit here. This'll... Wait, how many outputs is tar quenching? 4. Plus tar... So, okay, so this is like its own whole siding for tar quenching. Train is stuck. You are stuck because I am an idiot. I should really... Well, what I really need to do is create templates of fluid stations with different amounts of inputs already set up. Because the one that I have is like this reconfigurable one, but that means that I need to remember to connect all of my wires. And I have proven time and time again that I cannot be trusted to connect all the wires. I got to go up there and make some adjustments to things that I can't do remotely. If I want to unstick the train anyway, and I kind of do. I could just leave it there, but then I have the alert the whole time, and alert fatigue is a real thing. So I would much rather take the time to just go get the train out. The other things we can check. How's Rayon doing? Okay, needs sulfuric, of course. Everything needs sulfuric. That is what we're working on. Ultimately. we're a couple steps removed. It's hard to remember that this is the goal, but our goal is sulfuric acid. So... Tar quenching makes flue gas and tailings, both of which are acid gas, which is just sulfuric acid, as far as we're concerned. We do also have the acid gas from refined syngas, which is running. Yes. And we set this up last time, but obviously it's insufficient to solve our acid gas problems. So let's get this train figured out. The way we do this is we remove the request. We set up you there. And then we do that. Actually, let's do... that. Pyrite chain if I have spare iron oxide? Yeah. We are making pyrite. We do have an iron oxide factory, which is stalled. Yeah, I remember... Oops, what did I just click on? I remember looking at this. Because, yeah, there's this one, right? Which is pyrite to... Yeah, pyrite to iron oxide. And then you can also make pyrite from iron oxide and sulfur. Which converts the sulfur to acid gas and deletes a couple of your iron oxides. I don't know if I have the iron oxide to spare for that right now, because like my pyrite factory is currently stopped on not having iron oxide. But... Oh! Ad break snuck up on me again. So we will let the ad break run, and when we come back, I think we're ready to build tar quenching. Finally. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human, and I'll see you all shortly. All right, welcome back, folks. I have a build that uses nitrobenzene and sulfuric acid for that it takes from tailings. Also, outputs a good amount of coal ash. Yeah. So that's pretty much why I'm setting up the tar quenching, right? Is tailings that makes a bunch of acid gas, which will fix our nitrobenzene, which will fix our iron oxide, and then we can keep going from that. But I think our tailings processing is just basically never running right now. Yeah. Although apparently this is running, which might be part of our problem too. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, of course this is going to be running more, because I guarantee the belt base's Nexalit is broken. Yeah, alright. That is something to keep in mind. I don't really know what to do about it right now, but this is basically some small amount of tailings is going into supporting the mall on the belt base right now, which is not ideal. We could maybe get rid of this and just have this pull Nexalit. Yeah, I could switch this to a requester so that we pull Nexalit from our normal Nexalit processing. And then we'd have more tailings going to other things. I like that plan. It's a good plan. Because this is sucking down huge amounts of tailings right now. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get this torn down. Getting this torn down was already in my to-do list. Delete tailings to Nexalit. So yeah, let's invert this station so that this is a requester instead of a provider. And then we can fix... We can tear all this down. We'll stop having tailings get brought in here at all. And that'll already send more tailings to tailings processing for acid gas production. And then the stuff that comes from tar quenching, which I do still want to set up first, we'll improve things even further. So let's clear this out. Bop. Oh. Cool. Thanks, hard mode. There we go. There we go. That's fine. This one here? No. Next one. Hopefully, we don't run out of... Well, we're going to run out of chain rail signals probably, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, we have plenty of rail. We have lots of landfill. I think we'll be okay on those. If we do run out of rail signals, we're going to actually tear some down briefly. Shortly, rather. So we might get the rest that we need for where a few are still missing. Just from what we have to tear down here as we install the stations. Alright, first things first, fluid drop-off. Or it's just the one fluid. Can't click on anything I want to click on with all the trees in the way. This requests tar. That tar goes right off to a single quenching tower, and then this whole build is just getting the output pipes routed where they need to go. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I had bumped my Alt key there and turned off Alt mode. Where do I have water near here? Ooh. Oh, that's not too bad. Should be some over here somewhere. Anything that's valid for a pump? Yeah, you'll do. Oof. That's fine. Whatever. Alright, we make 1 soot a second. That's easy to get rid of. Plus 3 fluid outputs. I think I did decide that I want this to be lower priority than our other tar consumers. But this will just use up sort of whatever tar we have floating around. That's not being used by another build. Yeah, there's tar. Beautiful. I think I'm going to have to come back here because I don't think I'm going to have enough of these 40k tanks for the all the outputs of this. Or that one can go. That's fine. That's kind of terrible, but I'll make it work. Saline water output set. And then tailings. can come across here, I guess. Nope, wrong kind of pump. Try that again. That just leaves flue gas. I am going to have to come back here with more rail signals at some point. The other thing is that I need to figure out what the sort of priorities of all this stuff actually are. Like, if I treat this as basically a tar sink, then all of these should be high priority. And we should just keep this running as much as possible. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we just leave it with nothing marked on priorities for now. And when we come back to signal it, we'll have some time to contemplate our life choices there. Cool. But that is, well, certainly saline water we want to be used preferentially from here before we use the saline water that's made from, like, fuels, right? Because that's way more heavily processed. Actually, is that true? If we convert a certain amount of tar to gasoline, mine salt with that, and turn that salt into saline water, how does that compare to the direct conversion route? No, but ultimately, we don't have the gasoline right now, or the fuels in general. So whatever we can pull from here is good to do. What's glass going? Yeah, we're still low on fuels. How's tar processing going? It's running. Yeah. We're stalled on full outputs. Which outputs are full? Naphtha. Yep. And that is our primary output from this. Do have a naphtha void, but I don't have this set up to use that because naphtha is the primary output. We could change that, obviously. Like if we decide we want more BTX or whatever else. We do have potentially something I could do is at one point we had benzene set up as a fuel, and I got rid of it because I needed the benzene elsewhere. But we have a lot more BTX now, and I'm less concerned about that. And burning something else will help the whole system run better. Right? Because right now we're just going to start voiding BTX to methane, and that's pointless. That just lowers the load on our Moondrop methane, and like, who the hell cares? Moondrops are ZI. So I think... yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do, is go ahead and... ooh, there's a ton in here. Does that need to be set to maybe void? Nope, this is an A network. Standard priority. No train with this stop. Okay. That worries me that we're up to 72,000 and this is not being pulled from. Blue gas is up to 20k. All right. Yeah, saline water's being pulled from. That's good. So pretty much all of my other tailing sources are marked as high priority because they are, byproducts of metal processing, things like that. So I guess it shouldn't surprise me that it's having trouble pulling from those tailings. Depending on how much demand we have for all of those other things. We may... yeah, because this empties pretty quickly. We may just want... we could always bump the train limit here. That might help a little bit with making sure that this, like, consistently gets deliveries. And then soot is fine. Soot will get shipped out whenever. We have plenty of soot processing capacity, so I'm not really worried about that. Oh, right. I was going to do this tailings nexalate delete. That would also improve our tailings throughput. So let's get that figured out. Also, how long have I had this horrible thing sitting here? Alright, I'll let the bots bring me a few things. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do what I want to do over here anyway at tailings to nexalate, so... delete that. Let's take the time. Let's go into YAFC here. That's our normal nexalate processing. Alright, apparently I never captured tailings to nexalate in here. So, yay go me. Because this is just basically feeding nexalate to... this processing. our alloys for the rail base, which is just for the mall at this point. So I think all of this can get ripped up, and we just switch the direction. This is what I was saying earlier. We switch this to be an input instead of an output station, and we call it a day. Do I have enough stuff to do that? Yeah, I think so. I don't need to wait for more bots. We're going to be down here somewhere for that. Where am I? I'm here. We want to be here. Okay. Yeah, this is alloy processing, so a little further south. And all of that, by the way, goes away with... all of that goes away once we finally decide to take the time to make a new auto mall that's hooked up to the rail base. That's just something I have not yet decided I want to invest the time in, but needs to happen eventually. Oh. Okay. That should be fine. We don't need any of this pipe anymore. I don't know how far back this goes before it does something else. Only to there. That's good. This goes somewhere. Not going to mess with that pipe. And then I think this actually has its priorities inverted. It does. It would currently prefer Nexilate from the rail base over Nexilate from the belt base, but I don't think I'm ever fixing the belt base Nexilate. I think it's permanently shut down. It's no longer considered broken. It's considered shut down. So there's no sense messing with any of that. I don't think we're going to get anything from it. Cool. And then this needs to request Nexilate plate just to keep itself stocked. I think that is fine for that. For now, anyway. Again, until we set up an auto mall on rails, we're kinda stuck there. We have to keep all of this stuff running at least to a bare minimum level of functionality. But with that other user of tailings gone, question is how well is this going to keep up? Yeah, okay. So we have some of these that have bonkers amounts of tailings in them. Which seems wild that we have that much kind of like backed up there. Maybe we need to increase this. How much can we actually process here? Each of these uses 20 a second, and we have 20 of them. That's 400 tailings a second. Yeah? I mean, we're using a lot of it, that's for sure. But we also make a lot of it. So it might just be that we're catching up on... Yeah, 400 a second. If I search for tailings in, like, ingredients and extra products, we could try to figure out how much we're actually relying on. Let's see. But yeah, a lot of these can end up making... Maybe we do just need to increase our tailings. Oh, that takes tailings dust. Go away. I don't need you. Because, yeah, pretty much everything makes tailings in our... Vanadium pentoxide needs tailings dust as an input again. That's fine. Void chlorine, and then this. And if we check the summary, what's our total here? 200, 300. More than 400 a second, that's for sure. So yeah, maybe we need to increase that capability. Okay. That's fine. We can do that. My only concern is... train limit here, as far as being able to unload those trains. So we may want to look into that. But otherwise, if I wanted to just, like, double this... void tailings, yeah, so we'll need 20 more evaporators and another solid separator. Okay. Yeah, not quite enough. I should probably change most of my storage from 1 stack of any given building that it makes in the mall to 2 stacks, because I frequently am finding myself with not quite enough buildings. Am I going to recognize the evaporator? Just like glancing around. There it is. There we go. If I do this everywhere right now, though, if I just copy and paste that setting, you use 50? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that feels dangerous. But if I start copying that around, like... even just those dozen factories turned on are going to be keeping some parts of the auto mall pretty busy. We at? We have 16. 4 are on the way. All right, the Logibots have got it all. We just have to wait for them to actually get them all delivered. But yeah, I think if I'm careful about how many of these I turn on at once, I can push these all up to 50. This whole thing goes away eventually anyway, right? Because I'm not going to have... well, that's actually almost researched. We're not going to have Machine Components 2 on the belt base, and I don't want to deal with trying to bring all of these different things in for the buildings that need them. So, like, this is going to be our forcing function for setting up a mall off of rails, ultimately. Okay, we have our 20 evaporators. Let's head down. And let's see if we can, one... the trains empty really fast. Fluid trains do. So, if we can just set up... set them up with... so assembler didn't get stuck with one build request and inserters swing more time. Yeah. If you're going to try to do an auto mall with, reused machines, then you need to do stuff like that, for sure. Which at some point, I keep saying I'm going to do a real auto mall, but... Okay. So this is... There. 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 That's fine. Now we can set this to like a really high train limit. I wonder if it makes sense to put a bigger tank even here, because this will only request up to 3 at a time. No, up to 2 at a time. Because this tank will only ever have... Yeah, let's do that. Let's turn off the request for now. Just so that this drains out. And then if I put bigger tanks, I can increase the request threshold for this. But while we're waiting for that, I can also do... that. I'm not sure I 100% trust that that's right, but it looks okay. Nope. Right in the middle there? No? Really? Why not? Oh, I see. In that case, let's actually do this. Let's flip this horizontally. We're still going to do this part. No more trains, no more trains. That's almost empty. Yeah, so this is 2 belts of this now. Now we just gotta route in those guys. We got plenty there. We've got plenty there. Why would I do this way? Honestly, neither of these needs a tremendous amount of bandwidth. Make sure that's facing the right direction. Trains are stuck. All right, I'll figure that out in a second. We want to take this out. We're going to put in a couple of these real big tanks. Yeah. Something like that. And these are 200,000? Okay. Because this can process so much that we can now request a bunch. We have a huge train limit on this. But that should now be better able to basically suck in tailings from everywhere all at once. This thing should immediately have multiple trains with this stop dispatched. Anytime our tailings hit a threshold where they can be shipped over here, they'll get shipped over here. Now, this train is stuck. This train is stuck because we have made a lot of tar. Why are we... Oh, this didn't... Oh, look at that. That was my fault. Okay. That goes away, that goes away. This needs to reconnect there. All of these trains want to deliver coal right now. Okay. Oh, and this one is probably here to pick up tar, huh? Okay, we can do this. Drive remotely. Manual. We go down to like here. I run you back on automatic. Okay. That fixes that one. So that'll get this unloaded. I think we're okay now. I think that gets things unblocked. Like, we're still going to have these trains that are going to take a while to unload themselves, and this might fill up on tar again. But... yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, we've already got like 80-something thousand, but this is still allowed to request more. So this is what I wanted to see it doing. This is just like dumping all the tailings in the whole base into these. Perfect. It is absolutely perfect. You are stopped or you are running? You're stopped. Why are we stopped? Oh, that's why we're stopped. That's an easy enough fix. We didn't end up with anything else down in here, did we? No, it looks like it all did filter correctly. Even though I had a couple of unfiltered inserters up there for a minute. That's fine. How much coal dust does this make? 5 a second? Okay. Sure. That looks like more than a third of a belt, but I trust what YAFC says. Oh no, it's 2/3 of a belt. I didn't actually upgrade this to, All right, so we're now capable of voiding 800 tailings a second, and hopefully this station setup here is going to work out for that. $104,000 tailings stacked up here. $116,000. $134,000. Cool. And that means more acid gas from here, but also, hopefully, this is actually running. I don't get it. Which station is this? Craig Sampson. Okay, well that does nothing. Yeah, Craig Sampson. A. Providing 240. Okay, we do still have a bunch of high priority stations, some of which are still above 25,000. So yeah, those are getting deliveries, which is fine. What's this one? Arjek. Riek. Oh, this is tin. Oh, tin is supposed to be, oh, that's a bug. Let's go fix that. I'm right next door. The tailings from tin should be considered high priority. Because that is very much a byproduct. I'm actually surprised that hasn't been broken. All right. So that should... Yeah, it should now be getting 25K pickups from there. What is this? Oh, this is copper, which at one point I said, like, screw it, I'm going to double my tailings storage or something. It's a ridiculous amount of storage. And it is slowly being emptied out, which is good. Oh, interesting, but it... Alright, I need to go fix that. It doesn't have circuit wires hooked up to all of it, so it only dispatches trains when it gets full enough that the 6 that are hooked up to circuit wires get. There we go. Now this should be getting multiple trains. Well, only one train limit. That's fine. But this should be getting trains dispatched pretty frequently now just to get it cleared out. And then what else that should be marked high priority? This one? Yep. Cobalt extract should be high priority. And what was the last one that's not? Team Fantix. Bitumen processing should also be marked as high priority. Okay. So bitumen processing and cobalt extract both need a fix there. Cobalt extract. Bitumen processing. Where am I? I'm at copper. Okay. I think they're both pretty much due south from here. Yes. Cobalt is over there. Okay. Think it's worth it to go a little extra further south just so we can run down the highway. Tailings from you also need to be marked as bop. All right. So yeah, this might take a little while to catch up on all the tailings that have accumulated around the base. It looks like we've had just a bunch of these that are sitting at barely full for a little while. And until it catches up with all of those, this is going to stay blocked, right? This is just full. There's nothing we can do about it until everything gets cleared out. All of these are running now. This should have one train, yeah, because it's just that full that it can't dispatch anymore. I think 800 a second tailings processing should be enough, though. I mean, that's like 400 there, 500, 600, 800. We might be closer to 1,000 theoretically, but that's only when everything is running full tilt. So hopefully 800 is enough for now. We can grow this if we need to, of course. We can add another belt of stuff. All right, but the hours do fly by. Twitch is telling me that it's time for an ad break again. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off because I hate pre-roll ads. So I appreciate folks sticking around during the break. I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. When we come back from the ad break, I have no idea what our next task is. So we're going to have to make some decisions. It looks like science might be broken, so that might be our next task. But whatever I decide, I will see everybody shortly. Welcome back, folks. I appreciate y'all sticking around through the break. Alright, we have a stuck train. That's just a train that's unloading ash. That should be fine. Thought I set up my train stuck detection threshold high enough that that shouldn't happen. Wonder if there was something else weird with this station. But this should also have... Oh, this has a train limit of 1. Well, that's a problem. Bump that up. Because this also needs... seaweed to be delivered, and unless my seaweed is broken, it's not. We have plenty. Okay. So yeah, that just needed the train limit bumped up. I should probably think about... Yeah, it might have just taken it a little more time to get to the station. That is possible. It does seem like there's excess ash in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows. Maybe not. No, it's fine. Weird. Yeah, here we go. And this one's gonna go get seaweed for it. Perfect. Oh, and you were saying something about throughput right when I was going away for the break. And yes, throughput is a big problem, especially because I'm doing 1x1 trains, right? That's part of why we're adding stackers around today as we're fixing bugs and things like that, is just making sure that we have the available trains in and out to get everything done that needs to get done. I like the 1x1 trains. The aesthetic of this base is great with all the 1x1 trains zipping around the rail grid. Totally worth it, but they are absolutely a limiting factor. Fortunately, at least when we're dealing with the tailings, and this won't be true for everything, but because tailings is such a distributed production, like we have tailings coming from so many different places around, we really only care about the unload throughput, and trains unload really fast. So we can, even if we get a couple of trains queued up down here, they'll move through quickly. So hopefully this will work out fine. So, yeah, science is stalled and has been stalled for a while. Let's look at that. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on there. It is Pi-Psi 1 that is causing us problems. Again. Not so far from better trains, that is true. Oh, it's glassware. Of course it's glassware. Yeah, and that's just still liquid fuel. Oh, well, earlier I was talking about making benzene available as a fuel source again, and that's something that we can definitely set up. The other thing I could look at is expanding the aromatics to diesel build. Oh, this is stopped. Interesting. Oh, and that's probably stopped because it's set up as a void. So I actually have, like, other uses for aromatics happening. And that means that this doesn't trigger this. That's still this train? Yeah, that's still that train. That's fine. Gravel is... Ooh. Oh, right. I might need to fix this. No, dear. I forgot I turned this on. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, we need to fix this or stuff's going to start backing up. Because, yeah, I wasn't getting enough sand to get sand castings running. So I temporarily let this system run. And then I forgot about that for several hours. Still the same train stuck. Now, hopefully, our metals aren't going to back up on too much sand or whatever. Because we can void stone to gravel and then gravel to sand. I don't think I have a sand void. No. All right, for now, I'm going to go turn benzene back on as an available liquid fuel. Because I think, well, I don't know for sure if that'll help us out, but... Fuel provider. I'm hopeful it'll help us out. All right. So that should let this dispatch, and let me set the threshold on this to 2 train loads. For those who haven't seen how my fueling system works, setting this threshold to 2 train loads here means that we'll only make benzene available as a fuel when there's already enough spare that if we take a train of fuel from it, there will still be a train load available for other consumers of benzene. And that's what we want, right? We want to make sure that we're not using all of our benzene for fuel. We want it to still go to nitrobenzene and whatever else. Yeah, I think the way I shuffled around my priorities for things with the aromatics and the tall oil here means that we are not making we're really not making diesel anymore. I could flip some things around so we always make diesel just like consistently instead of as a void for aromatics. That actually is easy. That's very easy. I do this. Now, this will always make diesel. We change our filter. So yeah, if we let this run more consistently, problem is that's also going to suck down hydrogen. I'm not really sure what my hydrogen balance in the base is right now, if that is going to work out for me or if that's going to turn out to be bad. Oh, interesting. This was temporarily stopped. That's surprising. I thought sulfur was yeah. So why was this not... I'm not sure why this would have been left totally empty like that. It might have just been a not enough trains for the dispatcher situation. Because we have tons of sulfur, right? I'm curious how our sulfuric is going. Yeah, this needs a lot. 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 Okay. So we're still hundreds of thousands of sulfuric acid in the hole, is what I'm seeing. This, I think, is nitrobenzene. Yep, which is running. How is this new... Oh, cool. Things are getting picked up from here now in this tailings build, and that is excellent. Yeah, tailings are going to come get picked up. That's good. Yeah, this is just constantly yoinking tailings from everywhere. Oh, but almost everything is pretty low at this point. Why does it think there's 50,000 incoming? Where is it coming from? Oh, those are trains that have already done their pickups. Okay, so those don't show up here for these other stations when they've already done their pickups. as soon as this kicks over to 75,000, we should get another train here. Yes, maybe. This is the CyberSyn, yep, there it goes. That finally went through. Yeah, the CyberSyn, it's hidden in settings. Under startup, preview the in-dev CyberSyn manager, which they say is in development and is likely to have crashes. So far, it hasn't crashed my game. Whoops, don't want to do that. I can't promise it won't crash yours, obviously. But it is kind of useful to get some of these just overviews of like what's going on, where are things coming from, where are they going. But I think it does seem like we're catching up on tailings. Some of these processes obviously make them faster than others. Like whatever happens here, where's this one? Copper plate. Who'd have thunk copper plate would be my would be making so much tailings. I should maybe change this over to orange inserters. With how much stuff comes through here, stack inserters would be really helpful. I'm not sure exactly how many items per second this is, but it's not none, that's for sure. Why is that? Oh, I don't have a pump here. That's why. So this is like the same problem as all those extra tanks, but at a smaller level, where it's just leaving a lot behind that CyberSyn isn't tracking. So it's not dispatching trains as rapidly as it maybe should. That's easy to go fix, though. I can add a pump to that. Well, apparently that's what today's stream has turned into. We're just fixing a lot of crap. But it's good. It's good to find these things. It's good to get everything on a solid footing. Hopefully science will turn back on once glassware has had a chance to run for a little while. Unfortunately, glassware is kind of slow. Where was I? Right down here. So yeah, adding benzene to the fuel list seems to have helped. Might see if we can turn it off of the fuel list, but for now... Yeah, that's empty. We should dispatch another train here any second. There we go. And that'll pick up, yeah, more gasoline. Cool. Sorry. I have not quite figured out the right incarnation to end up, like, when I'm looking at the map and then I click into, like, trains that have this station, then I click on the train, and then I, like, back out of that. I don't end up back at this view. I end up, like, back at my character. That is... But yeah, I think we're doing okay here. We're getting more gasoline. At least it's trying. This is not totally empty yet. These are running. Oh, we are going to run out before the train gets here, though. Not by much, but we did run out. Now, everything still has a little bit of gasoline in it, so I don't think it's actually going to stop. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do other than paralleling up 2 pumps to, like, get these tanks emptied faster. Because, like, the way this works is we have 2 tanks. When the first tank empties, we request more fuel, right? And whichever fuel is available, we get that. And then that gets pumped in behind whatever the previous fuel was. So, emptying this tank quickly is what gates when we can request our next train full of fuel, which is really only an issue when we're pulling through the fuel super quickly. And then check on this one more time. How are we doing? We're not totally full. There is a train issued. Okay, so it is slowly draining the tailings out of this now, which is what we wanted to see. Coal to tar is almost empty. Does say there's 3 trains with this stop, though, so they are on their way. That one looks like it's picking up coal. This one is, I think, delivering coal, and then we have yet another one picking up coal. But this is stalled on tar. Okay. So that's good. We have plenty of tar. I'm okay with this being full. Made a little different. I have a few tanks with filters and choose what to use. Depending on the provider production. Yeah. That's, I mean, more or less my system is based on what's in stock. It's just, it determines that at train dispatch time. But yeah, we're sitting on... This is okay. There should be another train on the way somewhere. Yeah. Load of benzene, that's fine. So it does seem like glass is running now vaguely consistently, which is what I wanted to see. Yeah. Molten glass is low, which probably means that everything has been off for... Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. Our glass is fucked. It's real bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay. It is what it is. It'll catch up, I think. The good news is that we have buffers of pure sand. We have buffers of quartz ore, because this has been stalled on fuel for so long. So hopefully it'll be able to just run through those. And it's going to take a little while, but we'll get filled up. And kind of once any single... Oh, everything is empty. Glass has been broken for so long. Oh, it's so bad. But yeah, once any single, like, glass product kind of fills up, then we, the others will start to go faster because we'll have a lot more molten glass available kind of through the system for them to be fed by. We did have a couple of stations that want, yeah, 3,000, yeah, that's completely out of glass, that's nearly out of glass, that's completely out of glass, that's completely out of glass. What is this one that requests stacks of 10 instead of 20? What are you? Oh, yeah, that's fine. We don't make these that fast. So yeah, it's gonna take a while for glass to fully come back to life, and hopefully just having the benzene available to the system is enough to keep our liquid fuels, like, running. But we will have to see. Yeah, it's just molten glass. That's going to be our limit everywhere, I think, is molten glass. Man, is even glass core an issue? Oof. Does that mean cladded core has been running? No, cladding is... Oh no, cladding needs glass. Yeah. Lol. I mean, it's nice to see that we're accumulating some amount of some of the red circuit inputs and stuff. Oh, they're running! Hey! That's cool. How many we got so far? A few. 4,500? 4,700. Almost 4,700. 4,700! There we go. So that means this has been more or less working right? At least part of the time? But I think without sulfuric, or at least as long as sulfuric is still being problematic, and it is, some stuff is still going to be, excuse me, some stuff is still going to be a little bit messed up there. Basic substrate is probably busted on, yeah, we don't have any petri dishes. Yes, red circuits are a pain. And there's a bunch of stuff that I built where I have notes where I know that I need to, like, as soon as I get blue science, I need to research the better silicon wafers, because all of this is built to the scale that needs that tech. And there's one or two other things. I think there's a better lubricant recipe you get early on. That was lead acetate. Probably blocked on sulfuric acid? No, blocked on peroxide. Okay. But that's probably still a... No, we're not limited by... Better lubricant, better silver, better silicon. Yep. Oh, your output full. Your output full. Your output full. Did I mess up? Are you not the higher priority input? You are. I just don't have enough. Demand for antimony right now. Ooh, that's bad. Basically, as soon as we get another antimony, like, train load, all of these will turn on and we'll start getting more antimony pulp again. But at the moment... we're actually stopped on antimony demand rather than stopped on lead acetate, which I guess is fine. Either way, that's going to block this, although this is running. Or, you know, when it gets silicon wafers, it runs. Which is only 1 out of every, like, 7. Yeah, MOSFETs are going to stop running soon. And then it's all going to be, once again, waiting for the different silicons to get distributed to all of the different stations. And that's fine for now, though. I think. How is this doing? Still sitting at like 30-something. But I don't think it's stopping, so that's good. That took a delivery, which should have gone to... here. And it looks like it did. Ah, there it is. Nope. It's just arriving. What about down here? This void ash. It's getting there. Okay. I need to fix this. Void ash to soot, and then add a new tag for the ash to silver. Since I did split that into 2 builds. Let's look at the to-do list. What is on here? None of this is really... Oh, that's done. I sort of fixed this with... I sort of fixed this with the tar quenching, right? Because now we're making a lot more soot for silver. So we can keep treating ash separation as, like, the last resort ash usage. And I don't think I have to do anything with this anymore. What's in general bug fixes? Ooh, I got a bunch of things. Rock food needs another spore collector unless I fix phagogy. Iron. Oh, I could run the BOFs off coke. Molten iron derails, molten steel derails. Melamine. Chitin. These are all minor things. I don't really care about any of them right now. What I do care about is I need more trains again. Let's go make more trains. We already added 10 fluid trains to the network today. Let's do some solid trains too, I guess. That's been flashing at me a lot. I'm not really sure what the big demand is that's turning everything on. Like, obviously, glass, because it turned on, is sucking down a bunch of things. Yeah, okay, this looks like I managed not to brick it. We still have space for some stone deliveries. This has to drain a little more before it'll get another gravel delivery. But we do have sand being used. So I think I caught this just in time. I already forgot what I just said I was going to do. I think tailings processing is okay right now. Gonna call that done. Oh, I was making more trains. That's what I said I wanted to do. What do I need? I need everything. Okay. Ooh. Why so few small parts? We have lots of iron plates. We have lots of copper. Is it just that the whole system's been busy because yeah, these guys are all still catching up on their larger buffer sizes. So that's going to be something we want to be very careful about, how quickly we up those buffer sizes kind of through the rest of the network. Because it is a lot for my poor little base to handle. Brakes, gearbox, shaft, circuits. Oh, and small parts, which looked like they are being a problem. I should have heaps of small parts on rails, right? Yes. More than I know what to do with, in fact. I could retire this build right now and start requesting small parts in from the rail network to one of my input stations here. Maybe not that one. Something over here? Maybe. It's definitely an option. I don't know if I love it as an option. Alright, that's 5 more trains. I don't think we need very many more. I think we're just like right on the edge of having enough. So we'll get these 5 in. I'm concerned that we don't really have enough depot space for when a lot of trains need to come back to the depot all at once. But we'll play that by ear. We do have this segment that we've started here. And this is going to come down, and there's going to be another box below it. This is my long-term plan. Like, this will come across, there'll be another box below it, and that'll come over here and hook up here. And that'll be probably a big part of our chemical sci push will end up down here. So I might try to find a spot down around here somewhere for another depot. Because all of our depots are fairly far towards this side of the base right now. It would be good to have one down this way. Oh, wow. I have so much fiber optic stuff. I had no idea we had managed to make this much. I honestly expected optical fiber to be one of our, like... Oh, we're probably still outputting the trit signal because we don't have enough, Yep. Are our trits broken? Trits are broken! Logs are broke. It's muddy sludge. Which I didn't expect to be a problem. Nice silver build? Yeah, I got sick of being out of silver. So, we need to make a low priority provider of muddy sludge. In theory, the base makes enough to sustain everything that consumes it, but, like, we're not using enough Nexolite plates right now, which means we're not making muddy sludge from here, or, you know, all the other places that we theoretically make it, right? So I think that needs to be our priority, because if logs and moss are broken, then this whole base grinds to a halt. So let's make a big ol' muddy sludge. It's a relatively straightforward ZI build, right? So use almost 3 belts of lead and only keep up with antimony. Yeah. I am looking forward to the better lead and silver recipes, and hopefully we can do something about it when we get there. But that's still probably 100 hours away, so... How much muddy sludge do I want? That's a question. Muddy sludge in ingredients. Moss. We don't have trees. Or log. Log 2. Bring in muddy... Oh, I never fixed this. There we go. So yeah, log 2 will use 400 a second muddy sludge on its own. Moss will use 125 a second. So we need to make like 500 a second. There we go. 450 a second. 3 belts of soil. Into a whole bunch of washers. You know what? Let's make it 600 a second. Why not? 4 belts of soil. Into heaps of washers. And this is going to be like, yeah, 3 pumps worth of... Alright. Cool. Let's do it. This will be all the muddy sludge that we're going to need for quite a while. And this will only be used when there's no other sludge available. So, like, that's fine. I'm going to overbuild it. I don't think there's ever a better muddy sludge recipe. No. I mean, we could move away from our wastewater to urea, to wastewater to muddy sludge if we wanted to, but I also need the urea. So I think we're going to do these washers and soil extractors. I think that's fine. It's going to be a biggish build. We actually want 32 soil extractors. Ooh, wait, no. They stack. Ooh, wait. Soil extractors have direct outputs. So we do the 450 a second. Oh, of course, it's not an even number of soil extractors. I was just thinking because my belt's currently stacked to 3. If I wanted to do... When do I get another belt stack level? That's a question. Next transport belt capacity is in Chemsci. Okay. So if I build this for what will work at 450 now with a belt stacked 3 high, and then we'll expand to a single belt stacked 4 high later. So basically that's putting all 30 soil extractors on one belt, which is kind of silly. Maybe I just split it up and don't think about belt stacking at all and treat it as if they're all unstacked belts. I know that's less efficient from like a UPS perspective, but don't think I really need to worry about that yet, so... I don't know. I have some time to think about it. So soil extractors are actually down here. They're made directly. Yeah, and they should be stacked up a lot bigger. And then we do have enough washers on the way. That was one of the ones that I already expanded. Cool. Yeah, these look like they're slowly catching up. Let's do that. Oh, really? They got to me. And then they went off to charge. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. All right, that's everything we need there. Now I just need to come up with a good place to do this. I mean, maybe I just do it right here, next to the moss and seaweed builds. Just kind of add the muddy sludge here. Yeah, that's not a terrible place for it. Twitch is telling me that another hour has flown by, and it is just about ad break o'clock again. I need to step away and get myself some more water. As always, I recommend everyone else hydrate, stretch your legs, rest your eyes, do anything during the ad break except stare at your computer. When we come back from that, we'll finish up this Muddy Sludge build. I don't think it's a particularly exciting build, but... And then fluid pickup. Yeah. Right here. All right. Well, Twitch says it is ad break time. So I will see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, Twitch says there's still a little bit of time left on the ad break, but I think we can go ahead and get ourselves started here because I don't think a giant Muddy Sludge build is a particularly exciting build. So I'm not too worried about leaving people behind on it. All right. So that's soil. I decided I am going to do this as just one stacked belt instead of 2 belts or 4 belts or whatever. So we're gonna stack it up to 24 here. I am very full of rocks and logs. That's okay. These guys need muddy sludge. Each of these uses 2.5 per second, which is slightly more than one. Well, maybe it's exactly one. In theory, it's exactly one blue inserter. Okay. We'll see if it works. If not, we'll have to add more. There we go. Yeah, we'll connect the outputs at this end. Is that centered? Yeah. And then output pump. These guys, we need, did we say 3 water pumps? 3 water pumps. Do we have a spot here where I can get 3? 1, 2, 3. Now we just need to power this whole mess. 1 there, and yeah. Oh, I need to power these guys from the inside, of course. I have inserters. Let's, yeah, just undo. All the way to there, that's fine. And I know there's a train yelling at me to be fixed. I will get to that. Oh, this is not hooked up. There. That should be it for this build. I just need to mark that this is low priority. I think every other place we're making muddy sludge, it's marked as high priority because it's a byproduct of something. But just to be on the safe side, obviously we only want to be deliberately making muddy sludge when we absolutely have to be. So that should be fine here. These guys stack to, the belts will stack to 3 at this point. Although the way these guys output to belts... Because they only make 2 a second. Yeah, it doesn't look like it quite is saturating at 3. Weird. Oh, because there's 16. So I guess it'll do... what? When it's only stacks to 3, it'll do 5 stacks of 3 and then 1 when they output. So... it won't quite run at 45 a second this way, I don't think. But when we upgrade to 4-layered belts, we'll definitely run at 60 a second. So that's fine. This is way more muddy sludge than we need anyway, so I don't really care. Train is stuck. Let's deal with this. Where is this train? This is the acetone build. What's broken? Oh, it's propene. Dang it. My most common mistake. Acetone is just straight up full. All right. That's fine. What did I make acetone for? Do I have any recollection of my decision-making process? It was probably organic solvent was what I wanted to do with it. They balance themselves. The more they back up, the more 3 stacks they output. Good to know. Oh, we need acetone for the epoxy chain. Yeah, for BPA and BPA. And epoxy does need to be one of the things we start thinking about. Because I think we need that before we can do machine components 2 properly. And, of course, we need machine components 2 for modules. Not necessarily speed modules right away. Probably productivity modules first. But still. Okay, so that's why I made acetone. I was actually thinking about what I was doing. As far as this train goes, not quite sure what to do with it, honestly. That is a huge number of missing deliveries. Wow. And those are all solid deliveries, not liquid deliveries? Yes. Oh, wow. This tailings has been, like, completely drained. No tar. Why no tar? No coal. Coal on the way? Coal on the way. Okay. Okay. I think we could just leave this for now. It's fine. It'll figure itself out. It'll make plenty of muddy sludge for what we need for now. That stuck train down there. I don't think there's a lot I can do about it. At the moment, other than... well, I can do what I always do with stuck trains, which is... add a little bit of extra storage down there and hope that I remember to remove that storage at some point. That'll at least get that train unstuck. All right, bots. How are we on bots, by the way? Oh, we're still making new ones. Yeah. We have 4,500 bots. And the system's like, well, you know, we're using them all, so I guess I should make more. I did not necessarily think I would end up with 4,500 bots, but that's where we're at. Let the auto trash kind of slowly work its way through all of this stone and wood and everything that ended up in my inventory. Yeah, I guess I need more trains. But we are pretty constrained by small parts at the belt base right now. You know, I assume that's things like pumps and engines get pulled into buildings that are being... because I've been pushing this to run more. Upgrading or, yeah, pushing up our storage. Yeah, small parts. Small parts. Oh, look, small parts. And small parts, yeah. So this is why we're out of small parts, is because we pushed all of our buffers to be larger, and it's just taking a while for the small parts to catch up with that. That's why I didn't do it for every single thing in here all at once. We're going to have to keep, over time, increasing these buffer sizes. Just this way I'm not ever having to handcraft stuff anymore. I've handcrafted too much. I don't like having to handcraft. Okay, I think we are... I think our inventory is cleaned up enough. Let's go down to that far corner of the base and... once we're down there, get that train unstuck. Unless it unstuck itself. Nope, still there. I think I want to go all the way to this end, and I can go all the way south from here. Nope. Well, nearly. I definitely still, and I know I keep saying this, need to take some time and run around with some stacks of asphalt and concrete and get the highways all laid out again. Get some of the areas between the highways that I walk on frequently covered in concrete, so I can not be as slow. Okay, I just walked right past it. Sorry. This is where I want to be. And that should be fine here. Yeah. Because this is only requesting the propane, so... there we go. But yeah, we are full up on acetone. Oh, and we need more trains. Right. Let's take a little detour. Let's get... big stack of small parts in our inventory. And with a big stack of small parts in my inventory, I can hopefully make the trains I need. And I'll drop the rest of them off at the mall for it to use for the things that it needs to keep buffering. But I want to get more trains made. Small parts are here. Let's just do like that. That should be enough small parts. Certainly to make a few trains, and then to get them all, well, maybe not fully caught up, but at least moving a little more consistently. Alright, trains. Oh, I dumped all the stuff that was in my inventory that was from trains, didn't I? Steel, duralumin, titanium. Uh-oh. Oh, of course. Let's see. We should have shafts that I've dumped. I just don't know where they are. I'm also almost out of storage, and it's all filled with stone. This is a problem. We might need to do something about that. All right, factory search. Help me out here. Shaft in storage. More storage, yeah. But also, we don't need to have this much of our storage filled up with stone and logs and, like... A lot of this stuff I should put as, like... I should get some stations set up here that just, like, push that stuff out of logistics storage into the rest of the base. I think really just stone... and logs. Maybe raw coal. I don't really know what to do with raw coal. That was the wrong thing. Intermetallics. Also, how much chromium did I just pick up? Jeez. And circuits. 5 of those. Bunch of iron plates. Titanium. 5. There we go. Now, we are stopped. Uh-oh. So this is running. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't run fast, but, like, whatever. It's running. Oh, it's... Jeez, its stone output is full. Alright, well, we'll deal with that another time. We have no iron plates. We have plenty of iron plates. Okay. We're just waiting. Yeah, maybe we should switch this to bulk inserters. That is definitely, potentially a thing we should do. Where does this stone all go? I don't even know how stone is routed in this base anymore. Like, Some of it comes in here. But obviously that's not happening from up here. I'm gonna have to trace this belt. I have no idea where this stone goes. Alright, out the top, down here. Still down here. To the left. Down here. Cool. What is this? Oh, this is pitch to stone. That's, I mean, fine. But why is that set up as... No, that's not right. I hope. So let's double check that I still have other ways to get rid of pitch. Because I did at one point have... Yes, this will still burn pitch. Okay, that's fine. So it'll burn pitch. So this should all back up on its stone now. This side should drain better. So my question then is, there was a spot where we merged some other stuff into this, and I want to see what's coming in there. Like, what stone is that? Yeah, what stone is this? Oh, this is stone from the rail base. No, 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 no. We don't want to prioritize this, ever. This is like our last ditch stone. But the problem is... I mean, I can just disconnect it for now. Because, yeah, this is going to run down, and then it'll start pulling in from other things. And that's fine. That's this here. So I think I want to route that in. The stone from the rail base needs to come like down here as another input to this mess of stone priorities and routing. Or I just leave it disconnected and assume the belt base has enough random stone production to keep itself running. And I'm really inclined to just do that, because I don't care. Yeah, and we do need to do something about a lot of this stuff that ends up in here, because we have way too many things. When do I get logistic warehousing? First thing, well, one of the several things that are quote-unquote first thing in Blue Science. Okay. Because, like, I can put a storage, you know, deposit dedicated to stone or something, right? And just... that'll help keep the whole system a little more sane. Oh, I forgot I made more trains. I never dropped those off. But yeah, I might need to drop another one of these, whatever this is. 225 at a time. Sure. The bots will figure that out. This is in construction zone, so it should be the base construction bots that do it, and they'll just expand it. Oh, but I don't want it right there, do I? Because that was over some other stuff. How about there, then? Oh, it's lovely. The bot swarm, all the small parts coming up to here, out of my inventory. I love it. Love to see it. All right, let's drop off these extra trains. It seems like we don't necessarily need them at this point. We might have caught up on whatever issues we were having, but I would rather drop them off and be safe. All right, a few more trains. Yeah, 120-something entities. Those yellow chests will get built up over time. I'm not too worried about that. But that should also give the bots some fresh spaces they can use to get my inventory fully cleared out, which would be cool. I think I'm going to take burner inserters and even regular sorry, not inserters, assemblers out of my standard requests, because I never use those in any build. It's always custom pie buildings, right? So just having those around in my inventory is not super useful. They're just slots that I don't need taken up. Probably also true with provider and requester chests. I'm not doing anything with logistics outside of the mall area, so we don't need those. It would probably be good to request some other kinds of combinators. The deciders and the selectors especially. I mean, I guess I may as well request them all, right? Stack of arithmetic combinators, a stack of cider combinators, and a stack of not arithmetic selector combinators, which we may not be making yet. So let's get those thrown. Yeah, we're only making the CyberSyn ones, which is fine. So let's throw arithmetic combinator. And we'll set these to their larger thresholds. Decider combinator. And selector combinators. There we go. Some slight better organization in my requests. My trash slots look fine. Is there anything else in here that I don't necessarily want? I have some extra medium power poles. I don't really know how that happened. I don't really care. I think this is all fine. Nothing else is jumping out at me as like stuff I really want to get rid of. Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm going to call it here for today. We made some good progress on some small things, and we fixed a bunch of small issues around the base. Like, we found a bunch of things that were wrong, and they're no longer wrong. And that feels good. Ooh. Sulfuric is still a problem. Yeah, and tar's just not running at all at this point. So we might need to look into some of that next time, figure out if we can get more tar creation happening. I don't know if that's an issue with trying to keep this fed, because I've been having a lot of issues keeping this fed, even with the train limit set to 3. It's just burning through coal, and that is part of why it's, part of why we don't have enough tar. But we've got to get our sulfuric acid production stabilized, because everything freaking uses it. And some things have not gotten a delivery in a long time, and that's just a consequence of how CyberSyn works. Because CyberSyn does not do any kind of, like, round-robin scheduling, stuff just gets deliveries kind of at random. So when you have lots of things sitting empty, if your production is slow enough, it'll just feed like one station and the same station over and over and over, and you'll never get deliveries to other places. And I think that's kind of what's happening with sulfuric, is we're not making enough to feed all of the stations, so some of them just get starved for a very long period of time. And that just means we need a lot more acid gas, which I was hoping to get some of from tailings, but we've apparently, like, sucked up every drop of tailings in the whole base. So we'll need to either try to make more tailings, which, or find another source of acid gas. We could potentially expand this build, because we do have plenty of sulfur. We have this bitumen to sulfur build, which makes huge amounts of sulfur for us. And we have plenty of bitumen processing. So that might be the thing to expand, although obviously that means we need more refined syngas, which we do make lots of coal gas and lots of syngas right now. So that is an option too. But yeah, we'll figure out what of those things needs to happen and how we want to do it next time. Make that our top priority on the to-do list. Thanks everybody for coming by. I really appreciate it, as always. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to see me live on Twitch, there's a link to that Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. Come hang out and chat. It's fun. And with that, I will see y'all in the next one.